fine. A minute.
Hi, everyone. We're here for another MiddleEarthAthon reading sprint live stream shenanigans, and Team Hobbit Hannah is apparently blind. I don't know what she did to her glasses.
They were a bit smeary, so I just wiped them on my top, and that's made it 1,000 times worse.
They do be like that sometimes.
Nice. Okay, so everyone who's here probably knows who I am. If you don't, hello. But Hannah number 2, because I mentioned other Hannah first. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Hannah number 2. I am the leader of Team Witch Kings. I am an Aquarius, which I think is everything you need to know, and I'm currently reading multiple books.
I'm sorry, we're doing star signs?
Yeah, why not? I thought I'd add a little pizzazz with it, you know?
Okay, then I'm a Libra. Lizzie.
Hi, I'm Lizzie from Lizzie as Elf. Why did this feel like I was suddenly in an AA meeting? I've never been to an AA meeting, but I just realised I did the AA meeting voice, so that was very
Hi, I'm Lizzie. Hi, Lizzie.
Hi, Lizzie.
I am the Tom Bombadil of the Readathon. Basically, I made up this Readathon and decided I wanted to make my own rules and fuck my own rules. So that's why I am Tom Bombadil. I am a Sagittarius, which is anyone surprised? Probably. And I'm also have 4 things here, and I don't want to read this one right now. I'm not in the right mindset. So instead, but never fear, Hannah Hobbit, because I'm going to read this really cute middle grade, and that is also for Team Hobbit. So don't worry, I'm not disowning you by putting this down.
What's the other one you're taking upstairs, Lizzie?
The other one, unfortunately, is for Team Witch Kings. This is the thing about Witch Kings, is they have that many prompts. Whenever I pick up a book that I'm like, oh, I want to read this one, I'm like, ah, fuck, there's another one for Witch Kings. But if I finish Nura, I will pick up Midnight Twins. I am a December Sagittarius. My birthday is a week before Christmas.
And her Amazon wish list is on her profile on Twitter. Actually, I'm pretty sure everyone's is.
It was, but you might have to dig for it.
Mine's in my video descriptions.
As is mine.
Just because people kept bugging me. Also, I was meaning to leave all these until after we'd all done the introductions, but I had to put that one in. So I'm just very quickly, before we do Hannah 2's beautiful Hannah 2, Hannah 1.
No, Hannah 1's. Hannah 1's.
Hannah 1. My apologies, Hannah 1. So Veronica, perfect time to just put the food in the oven. Nice to join us while you're waiting for dinner. Shay, obviously we know that Shay's here, although she is going to nip away for a minute. Then Olivia's here. Aren't you in Turkey?
Yes. Yes, she is.
Priorities. And then Shay is Team Sagittarius, but I'm going to pretend that that is a hammer for Team Golf.
It's close enough, to be fair. I'll give you that.
It's as close as we're going to get.
Which one's the Sagittarius? The one with the archery?
The archer.
So it should be an elf, really, surely?
Shut up!
I'm saying it looks enough like a pickaxe. I'm with you, Abby. Don't worry, because Amanda isn't here yet to argue her case. So.
And then Shay's birthday's pretty close.
Oh my god, your birthday is the day before mine, because I'm the 18th.
Okay, then Olivia's reading middle grade. Okay. You are right. I thought you were still in Turkey.
I don't know why the way you said Turkey really tickled me then. Turkey.
Turkey. I love you, but don't lie to me. Like, I love you deeply, but don't lie to my face virtually.
Well, to be fair, if they're chilling out after or before dinner, it could work. It's still on holiday.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna do Hannah 1's introductions, and whilst we introduce Hannah 1, we're going to introduce the other 2 who have popped in for this stream. So Hannah 1.
Okay, well, I'm Hannah as well. I'm also an Aquarius because we're basically the same person in most respects.
We are.
And I'm reading The Past and Other Things that should say buried still. But I've got about 100 pages left, so I'm hoping to finish that on this stream.
Very nice. And then we have Celine and Imena who have come to join us. So just to let you know, we're doing introductions with your name, the team that you're on, and your star sign, because Witch King Hannah decided to be awkward. So whichever one wants to go first.
Star sign as well. Okay. Is there a specific reason for star sign?
No, literally, I just decided that. Well, here's the truth. I panicked. I said my name, and then I was like, "What do I say now?" Because Abby was still looking at me, and I was like, "Sure, star sign's a thing." And I kind of treated this is like my Hinge profile, and I was like, "Hi, I like long."
You're blaming me.
I'm an Aquarius.
Abby was still looking at me.
No,
I'm looking
I'm
at the
not
screen.
blaming you. I'm not blaming you. I'm saying that I reacted poorly to stimuli you created. That doesn't make it your fault. That's my fault. I'm the idiot here. Absolutely.
You just panicked.
I panicked. I do that.
It's fine. It's okay. So Celine, Team Men. I'm supposed to be reading She Who Became the Sun. I wanted to pick the book. I don't know where it is. And I'm a Virgo. Yeah,
That's a new one.
Right? That's it.
Okay, so I'm Imena. I'm Tim Elf. I'm still reading the Merciless Ones, and I'm a Capricorn.
We've got a good variety. And then for books that are being read, Rocket Reads is reading Rise of Fire, which is going to try and fit one more book in. Hopefully you can squeeze that in. We've got a bit of time, depending on what your life looks like. If you're busy, maybe not. Wish me luck, because I've just looked at my stuff again. Although I will say, since the last time I've been on live myself, because I commented on Hannah's this morning, that I finished this last night. I cried. I made Chris stay up for an extra hour so I could finish it. When I say I made him stay up, he doesn't like going to bed before me because he wakes up if I get into bed. So he just stays up instead. So yeah, I stayed up. I read this. I cried. It was a great time.
Cathartic.
Good time, good time. I had one issue with it, one singular issue, and it's because the author's American, I think, which is when one of the characters is in Hitler's Youth and then ends up in the German army, and with his thing, he's traveling all over kind of German-conquered Europe. At one point, he goes from Russia to the northwest of France. And it's written as though it was just like barely any time at all. And that's why I'm saying it's very clearly like an American author, because for someone in the US, they're like, that's not too big of a road trip. Like over, quite a few days. Like that's only like a little, because they drive for so long, and it made it seem like there was like barely any driving. Like it was just like, oh, Vienna, oh, Paris. And I'm like, this is not how it would have felt during a war-torn Europe.
Yeah.
It's not how it feels in modern day Western Europe, let alone.
I really enjoyed the war-torn Europe.
But that was my only issue with the book. Literally the only issue I had with the entire
I was going to say, as issues go, that feels incredibly petty. Not that I disapprove of pettiness, love pettiness, me. But I feel like I'm not surprised that you really liked it if that's the only criticism you have.
That is the only criticism I have. Literally the only issue I have with the book is that. So
I'm very curious to pick it up and read it. Very, very curious.
Loveless. That's ringing bells.
Alice
That's
Oseman.
That's the bells. There we go. Amina, yeah, you're still here.
Okay.
She wasn't sure if her internet had dropped. It has not. Okay, there we go. So what's everyone reading, apart from, obviously, Celine and Amina have said? But Hannah, what are you going to read? How to?
I want to finish one of these. I don't care which one. I know that I will enjoy one considerably more than the other, but I want to finish one of these because then I'll be one step closer to completing because I'm already one down, and I hated Extasia. I hated it. It was one that I thought I was going to love the most, and then I hated it. So I feel like I want to get Illuminate out of the way so I can end on a high.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. I need you to finish on something where you're not just going to fucking complain at me. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Hannah came up to me, like legit. She went. I heard her.
Coming.
I heard her coming from downstairs, and I was like, "Oh no, what's happened? What's happened?" All I can describe is a rage. And Hannah came and rage explained the plot to me. I was like, I'm just going to totally ruin this for you because I know you have a copy, but you shouldn't read it. And I was like, okay, Hannah's on a roll here. And honestly, it's the most angry I've ever seen Hannah at a book. Like, genuinely, I was sitting there going, oh, this is hitting a nerve. So I need you to finish Illuminate, realize it's not as bad as Extasia, and then finish on like a really cool middle grade. Like, please.
The thing is, the funniest bit of all of that is that I had already updated my vlog with my thoughts, which means I'd already ranted about it for about 20 minutes.
So, like, you did have second time in real life.
I'd had time
I need
you know,
this vlog like now.
I come upstairs, I was ready. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I came prepared, and I was just. The thing is, the last time I ranted that wholeheartedly about a book was only a week ago, where I read this really fatphobic book and I had the same kind of reaction to it. But Extasia, I was really hoping I was going to love, because I've heard great things about Furyborn. I bought all 3 of the hardbacks of that series, and I gave Store Kill Girls 5 stars. It was like the best like modern gothic horror I'd ever read. It was great. It was the best. And Extasia, I'll save it because I assume you guys will catch up with the vlog anyway, because it's usually you guys that comment on my videos, so I'm assuming that means you must at some point see them, so I will leave it. But I'm not going to rant about Illuminate to a certain extent. I know that because it's
relieved.
Yeah. Well, everyone that likes this book, I'm sure, will be relieved. To me, it's just coasting at 3 stars. This one I'm actually enjoying, so it's fine.
Also, Caitlin is going to be finally finishing Frankenstein. I can tell you, for you lot that don't know Caitlin, this is like, I don't even know how many times she's read this book. I was going to give a number and then I realized I'm not sure. This is not her first read through of the book.
Fair enough.
It could be her 3rd time, it could be her 18th time, I genuinely don't know. Although I am curious whether it's the 1918 or the 1932 version, because she doesn't like the 1918 one. Yes, there are differences. Don't get her started. She will fill the entire comments with just Frankenstein.
I've read the original, so the 1818, not the 18. I think it was 31, 32, 31. I don't know.
Something like that, yeah. So I read the 18 one, but she prefers the edited version.
Well, I mean, I could understand that.
31. We were close.
One. I need to try.
Only fit. I could have sworn you've read it more than that. Shameful. And then Catherine thinks that Illuminate will be quicker than Pages & Co. I guess
I don't know. I read like a solid 122 pages in like 2 sprints yesterday. So
of Pages & Co.
Yeah, so I reckon I'll read that quicker. But
it's
they're both quite quick reads, to be fair.
So, how long do you guys want to sprint for?
I don't mind.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Do you want to do shorter ones because we started later? But like, I don't really care. But because we're later, I don't know if you want to do shorter ones, Abby. It's totally up to you.
I don't care either. I'm going to read. I'm going to just organize everything because I still have the books around me.
Yeah, and besides,
That's
I'm here for a good time and a long time. So
I'm going to make mushroom soup as my final meal of the day.
You truly are a hobbit. You truly are a hobbit.
How long does it take you to make mushroom soup?
I don't know, because I imagine it just boils away for a while. I haven't looked at the recipe fully yet.
Should we do like a mini sprint of like 15 minutes and then come back?
Sounds good.
And see how we're all doing. It gives Celine time to find the books and tidy up. and sort herself out.
Yeah.
Partially. I've seen the mess of the box
To be
and the
honest,
Instagram story.
that could take me 45 minutes to do so because I have a lot of books around me.
Well, then I'll give you a bit of a break before you have to get onto the rest of it. And then we can maybe set a 30-minute timer afterwards. We can see how we are.
Perfect. That's perfect.
So I'll pop this up there.
Okay.
Okay. A little quick sprint. Hello. At least this time Celine can't have been too shocked.
I just finished. All the books are put away, and the boxes and tea boxes are kind of like under control. So
I told you 15 minutes would be fine.
it was great. I still have
Okay, so a lot less time than we've had in other sprints. But how much did everyone manage to read apart from Madam Tidy down here? Lizzie?
Oh, sorry. I got 46 pages.
What are you reading?
46. A 4 and a 6.
It's a middle grade.
Well,
Oh, still.
you said The Hobbit was a middle grade. It took me 2 days to get through this one.
Look, the writing is huge.
No,
I know.
this is just a speed demon. It's fine. That's what she does. And then she acts like it's no big deal.
I thought that I read quickly. But like what?
You do. I'm telling you, you do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
do.
compared to Lizzie,
No one compares to Lizzie.
nothing compares.
To you.
Listen, I genuinely didn't realize how fast I read until I started reading live on sprints. I genuinely thought people like read as quickly as I did. So I'm always really like, and I always feel kind of bad because it's like I'm not trying to read quickly.
Oh god, it's such a hardship, isn't it? Being such a
With
fast
everyone apart from
reader.
me, I tend to be a lot faster than people. So I have had the same experience as Lizzie, just with less speed.
To be fair,
Like
though, I'm not reading this as quickly, am I?
well, no. So like
That's
my
if
other
you're doing
half
it
will
as a
read a
video,
standard book like 20 pages in an hour, and I'm there reading 100 pages in an hour, and he's like, "How have you done that?" And that's how we all feel about you, Lizzie.
I apologize.
Hannah number 1, how much did you manage?
That's me, isn't it?
Yes, you are
I
Hannah
literally
number
came back with 30 seconds and I probably need to go stir those mushrooms, but my god, there were so many mushrooms. They don't,
Hey,
they
you
only
managed to
just fit in my pan and it's the biggest pan I have.
You managed to chop mushrooms, so if anything, that's a win.
Yeah, like 2 packets of them. I'm making too much soup, aren't I?
No, it's we love like mushroom soup. What kind of mushroom is that?
There's chestnut and button mushrooms in them.
Ooh, okay. I love mushrooms.
I am so jealous.
No, like it sounded weird.
I mean,
No,
I've been working and I've had an electrician around all day. It has been stressful.
Oh,
Just
bless you.
all-
That's awful.
All of your updates, though, I've been like, every time you update, I'm like, oh, that sounds good.
Hannah, number 2, how much did you read?
I read 15 pages like a normal human being. Yeah, no, it
What
got
about you, Mina?
it got real tense. It's getting I said to
Oh.
Lizzie, and I can't remember if it was in a live stream or privately, that they're trying real hard to make a particular character seem like a villain because they're doing these things that seem really unreasonable. And I'm like, ooh, is the plot twist gonna be that actually they saved everyone by doing these shitty things? I feel like it's gonna. So
But the terrible thing about that is I didn't remember who she was talking about. So I don't know if that helped Hannah or not on one way or the other. But I was like, I don't know which character you're talking about. Haven't got a fucking clue.
that's fair.
Imena, how much did you manage?
I read 10 pages.
Nice! I read 11. So, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. But yeah, I read 11 pages of the short story I'm in. Glory Social. I can never say that word unless I'm reading it. So now I need to go find the title. Gloria. I can't say Gloria. Gloria Scott is the name of the short story. I don't know.
Interesting.
Well, I do know, but it's a big spoiler for the story.
Are you still enjoying them?
Yeah. They're still fun. I'm getting there. I'm a decent amount of the way through. If you consider that I read these. Yeah, I've read this bit already because I read that at the beginning of the readathon. And I am this far through. So
You're doing great.
I'm doing all right. It's not too shabby.
You're doing just fine.
So my aim for today is to finish I'm reading the memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, so my aim is to finish the memoirs.
Okay, perfect.
That is my plan. And then let's see. So whilst we were away, Veronica said that she was going to be gone, but keeping the video on. Thank you. I think she's cooking dinner or she's went for a walk with her partner, one of the two. Ali turned up, and I know that you corrected your spelling, Ali, but Ho is so much better, so that's and she just got here, so she hasn't read yet, which is perfectly fair. You also are one of the busiest human beings I've ever known.
Can I drop Ali in it, like, good and proper? Because I woke up this morning to a notification saying that Ali had spent £100 on my shop last night, which, for those of you who don't know, Ali is American, so that's $150 she just dropped on books, only to then get a text from her later this afternoon to say, "Hey Hannah, I've been drunk buying." And I've offered to give her money back because I don't think she meant to buy those things. I think they were meant to go. But she filled out all of her details. All of her details are on there. She decided to buy a whole bunch of books, drunk, and like, you know what? What a mood! What a mood!
Good job it was from you.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to send her money back because Ali orders from me all the time. But what killed me is that literally in yesterday's comments, she was like, "I'm not going to buy any more books for a while. I don't need to buy any more books." And then the same evening, her husband, to be fair, was playing her with drinks. So
Blame the husband. It's the easiest way. Then Krista has just joined from we're in the little sprint. Do we all have channels? We do. They should be linked down below, but it's probably failed in some weird manner. Just knowing my luck with tech. So obviously you're on my channel. Sorry about that. The others are much better. But the MiddleEarthAthon links are definitely down in the description, 100%. So if you go through the MiddleEarthAthon links, then everybody who's here is a host, and so all of their channels will be linked through that. Hannah won Hobbit Wave. There we go. Just for clarification, also has a book blog as well. So that also, I believe, is linked most places. So you can check those out that way, and I will try to fix the links at some point, but like no promises.
All of our names are down below, but I think just because the links, I don't think it's linked properly, but all of the names of the channels are down below in the description. So you will be able to find us all just by typing us into YouTube with those names. I just thought I'd double check for you, Abby.
I had a feeling they hadn't worked. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
Caitlin managed to read 5 pages, which, considering you're reading a classic, is not that bad. You're trying to make it out with the emojis like that's a bad thing, but you're reading a classic, so shut up. And then Hannah slinked off to Cersei.
That's where I disappeared to.
We assumed. I mean, I don't think we should condone drunk buying, but then Caitlin is Scottish, so I don't feel like...
do you know what? It wasn't the fact that, like, if you want to buy stuff drunk, I feel like that's fine. It's like when you get your friend in trouble and it's like, oh, but they were drunk, so you feel bad about it. That's how I feel about it. I wasn't even present for it, and I feel like I've taken advantage.
The money's already exited her account and she's not going to be mad about the books. Oh, no.
So the first couple of books that I sent Ali this year were for the Lunar Book Club pick. And then there were a couple of book club picks that I was like, I don't think Ali will care about these books, so I'm just not going to worry about sending them to her. And she was like, oh, no, I want them. And then I sent a couple more. And because she'd mentioned it, because she gets them sent to the US, postage is more expensive. And I can kind of bulk send them with her sub box anyway. And it means she gets free postage as opposed to paying essentially an extra £10 a month just for me to add one book to her box. So I hadn't charged her for them because you're meant to order them through the website. So she has had about 4 free books from me by accident. Which, to be fair, Hannah also got a free book from me yesterday because I am an idiot. And Hannah ordered The Murder of Mr. Wickham. And instead, I sent her The Murder at the National Gallery, which, as I said yesterday, I've only done that twice. I've only messed up an order like that twice. So I'm not doing too badly. really. Considering it's just
And
a
maybe
little...
it'll turn out to be a 5-star read. Who knows?
Apparently Hannah's read another book by the same author and didn't like it, so...
Oh no.
I know.
I'll give it a go.
It didn't cost you anything, you might as well.
Yeah.
I guess, second chance author.
Mm.
One
Very
last
true.
chance. It just
One
appeared
last.
on your lap. Right, one last chance. This is it. Okay,
Yeah.
so who wants to do another sprint?
No,
Sure.
I don't want to do sprints. I don't want to do anything ever again.
Okay, bye, Hannah.
That's fine.
Before you're all going on a sprint, wait.
She really okay.
Okay.
It's fine. Everything is fine. I'm tired.
Before you're going on a sprint, I unfortunately need to leave because I need to wake up at 5 a.m. in the morning.
Ooh.
Yikes.
Go sleep.
I'm looking so forward to it. I swear, I'm enjoying it.
Well, thank you for joining us for a little bit.
I hope I can join tomorrow as well, but we'll see.
Fingers crossed. So yes, everyone watching, make sure if Imina's channel is not linked properly, then the name of it is at least down below. So just shove it in the YouTube search bar and the channel will come up. And make sure you go subscribe to her. Because she's going to wake up at 5:30 in the morning and that's not fun.
It is not.
So happy sprinting to you all.
Bye. Bye. And then
Yeah, no, you do. For sure.
also, I hope you don't hate me for removing you. I just couldn't resist.
Oh no, like that's the norm now. It's almost a Ledette M staple if I'm on someone's sprint that eventually they remove me in an attempt to shut me up. Like Lizzie's done it.
Well, I hovered over it and I saw it said remove and I was like, I think that means I could just take her out and add her back
Yeah,
in.
you
Oh,
can.
that's tempting. And so
Yeah.
I did. Just love the fact that the others were like, no. I was like, eh.
No, I thought Hannah was being melodramatic and removed herself. I didn't realise that you'd removed her, and the fact that you removed her made it funnier to me.
Yeah, no, for
I
sure.
honestly thought, I was like, wow, Hannah, you are dramatic today.
Which would be ironic coming from you.
Yes, I am the most dramatic person. It's fine.
That's why we love you.
Not you, Lizzie. I love you. Heart for you. This is to Caitlin. Look, I tried to do the app thing that YouTube supposedly does now, and I just don't think it works through StreamYard.
Well, if
I think
you
it
make
failed
one
for
of
me
us, I'm going to
today as well.
comment. If you make one of us a mod, I can put the links in the chat anyway.
How the hell do I do that?
I think you have to edit your description through your YouTube, like the YouTube studio. I knew what I was trying to say, but I completely fucked it up. Who's surprised? I think you have to edit it through YouTube Studio, otherwise it won't link properly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am. I'm dramatic every day. It's my life. I am dramatic, and I love it.
Look, I'm trying. I don't know how to. Let's see.
You have to do it on the video.
I'm there.
Hannah made me make her a mod on my channel as well, Abby. I don't know what it is with Hannah and like being
I'm just
mods.
collecting mods. No, genuinely, it's so that I can do. Sorry. Oh, God, no, didn't want to do that. Sorry, I was watching the complete Lord of the Rings timeline explained earlier. That just started playing
Well,
randomly.
I've made Hannah a mod. Whether that was a mistake, I don't know. But I guess we'll find out.
There we go. Right, okay. Let's find everyone's stuff. Right, if you want to set up your sprint, I will go and start putting the links in the description for you.
I'm more concerned about what's happening.
Well, the thing is, like, because I looked on the thing, I've got it open, which is really jarring because I watch myself talk to you, and then I hear it's very strange. Anyway, yeah, it didn't say that was a mod yet, so that's why I was confused.
I think I'm fixing the things. Maybe.
Why don't you set up a sprint and I'll do the rest? Don't you worry about it.
Because I don't trust you.
Yep. Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I was thinking that because we did 15 minutes before, that we could do half an hour
That
and
would
kind
be
of then still hit the usual 45. Everyone's nodding apart from Hannah too, so I'm going to take that as a yes.
I
I'm
said
just
it would be
concentrating,
perfect.
it's fine.
I don't know if you could hear me, but I say it would be perfect.
Oh no, I didn't hear you, but I saw you nodding, so I got the same back. Okay.
I'm not going to read though. I need to do some stuff still. But yeah, 30 minutes would be perfect.
Productivity sprints, reading sprints, it's all the same.
Cooking sprints.
Cooking sprints. I don't know if that was to the cooking sprints, the productivity sprints, or the half an hour, but either way, Ali's happy, so that's good. And Hannah is indeed sharing the links, so go take a look if you want those. Okay, everyone happy to start now?
Yeah,
Yes.
let's go.
Cool, let's go.
Kilo.
Hilo.
Oh, hey.
Hi. Hi. I did not manage any pages this time. I managed 9 pages. However, I fixed most of the links in the description bar of the video, apart from Celine's, that would not work. The links in the description, everyone else I can do at and then their channel name. Everyone else works fine. Yours, I've had to put the direct link in because it wouldn't work. I typed it like 7 times and it could not find your channel. And I was like, what? I even was like, have I put the name wrong? No.
It's so weird. I don't know why.
So no idea how that happened, but the link's there, so people can use that instead. Or they can use Hannah's mod method, which includes popping them all in the comments, in case you would like to go and subscribe to everybody. Apart from me, because...
It's right there, my dudes. It's right there.
Right there. Also, Ali, you awful human being.
Literally the
Have I
worst.
not?
So disappointing.
Wait, that's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna check if I'm subscribed to yours. I'm not sure either. I haven't been on YouTube in quite some time, so I need to check.
Well, to be fair, Ali has just changed theirs as well. So
But yeah. And then Becca joined us again. She was in my last live stream, so hi Becca. And Veronica is back from her surgery. Ali managed 47 pages.
Hey,
Nice.
great.
Which is impressive. Less impressive than Lizzie managing that amount in 15 minutes, but we all know that Lizzie is some sort of demon, so we don't mention that.
this is where Lizzie reveals that she finished her book in that sprint.
Nah.
Like, I legit wouldn't be surprised.
I was worried. Then Caitlin is got Victor getting emo again.
Isn't that the entire book?
Whenever it's about Victor, yeah.
Like, it's the whole book is just Victor being emo over his own stupidity. That's the whole book.
Apart from when you're
Not
following
finished.
the monster, who is then being emo because an emo made him.
Yeah.
It really doesn't, and considering that's my job, it's concerning. Spend my entire fucking day on computers. Do they work? No. The amount of time is literally, I just messaged my team and I'm like, can someone else run this task on their command prompt? Because mine's not working and I know it's fine, and they run it and it works. And then, guess we're out doing work, I suppose. So, also, I managed to use this thing that my mother got me years ago that I've never really used. Yeah, Hannah is looking at it with confusion. It is.
What
Is it one of those like bean things that you heat up?
Yes, no. Beam thing, no heating.
Okay.
It is in
purpose?
Huh? Oh, the purpose. So you're supposed to pop it down and then pop your book and rest your book or your tablet for modern folks in here.
Interesting.
Does it like that? Well, most of my books are English paperbacks, so with those, no, because unless you crack the spine, like you're trying to break its very soul. However, this, especially with me being far enough in, is decently floppy, and I found myself trying to prop it up, and I was like, wait. So I went and got it, and it works. Ta-da! No hands.
Look, Mom, no hands.
So I'm very pleased because I've never used it.
That is perfect.
And I wish I'd used it with All the Light You Cannot See because it's a second-hand copy. Is it even English? I don't know. It doesn't have the price on the back. But because it's second-hand, like, it's floppy. Someone else broke this in before I got it. Okay, so I managed, like I said, like, barely any pages. I think it was 10, somewhere under 10. And then, obviously, Ali read a ridiculous amount. I'm sure Lizzie did as well.
Does anyone want to venture a guess?
100.
Bang on.
Actually,
Yeah.
Yeah.
this is how dare you do this on my own channel?
Thing is, though, I was like really proud of myself because I read 76 pages, but that's because like half the pages there's just not there's like 4 sentences. Like I'm just gonna like
That's why we said it would be a quick read.
it's literally like
Yeah,
you know,
The thing
but-
that takes the time is turning the
Lizzie would have
pages
finished
out.
this by now.
It is definitely because it's a middle grade, like for sure.
Mhm.
And it's incredibly easy to read. And it's a lot of fun. And I really like the characters. And it's based on a mythology I don't know much about. So it's based on like Indian and Pakistani like mythology. It's all about the jinn. And like there's lots of different other mythological creatures that are kind of like hanging out. And I'm really enjoying it. So if I was hating it, I'd probably have got like maybe 2 pages read.
Hannah 1.
Yes,
Did you read or did you soup?
I did both. I got 20 pages in and I have soup.
Oh, reading and souping. That is the ultimate goal. How's your book?
Yeah, it's not bad. I feel like there's a lot of waffle that doesn't need to be there, so it could be shorter, but yeah, it's all right.
Glowing review. It's alright.
I mean, it's going to be one of the better reviewed of the readathon because, like, the first like half were like 2 or 3 stars I gave them, and I think it's going to be about 3 to 4. So it's not bad, especially considering a lot of what I've read lately. I've not enjoyed it, but yeah, we'll see.
Fingers crossed. And then Celine, did you manage to read?
No, I was.
Were you productive?
Yeah, I was. So that's good.
Ali needs to read another 300 pages.
No, she doesn't.
Oh, it's not as late.
No,
I
she
was so
doesn't.
concerned. I thought that she was in our time zone, and I was like, how are you physically going to manage this? You're not
Now
Lizzie.
she's got at least another 5 hours on us.
She's got ages. Floppy books are so good for her. Yes, they're a lot easier on sore hands. Mine is just one. To actually be able to read them rather than the sticker effects. Thank you. Guessing you one is more impressive, so haha. Although the fact that you read exactly 100 was helpful to that. Reading Captured of Wolves, which is basically romantasy smut. My
Romanticism.
perfect
What
genre.
what a great genre title.
And it's 3:30 in the afternoon, but she's got to do mom shit. Please excuse my pronunciation of mom. How is the soup? Hannah 1, how is the soup?
The soup is very, very good, which is high praise because I'm only just starting to like mushrooms.
You have to share the recipe. I really want to know the recipe. I love mushrooms.
I had to make it up because it's a recipe my sister sent me and it had all the ingredients, but apparently the website's been removed, so I did not have the instructions. But it's worked out really well.
Did you blend it, or
the
does it
most
have
important.
bits in?
I did decide to blend it just because I chopped the mushrooms all kinds of different shapes because there were so many mushrooms.
I was going to say, considering the different types of mushrooms, I can imagine that being easy just to blend them and not have all the different.
Like, I'd show you a picture, but it's just kind of grey, so it doesn't
Doesn't
look
look so
appetizing, but it
appetizing.
smells and tastes amazing.
I'm just starting to get into eating mushrooms. I can't deal with the texture yet.
Yeah.
Taste is fine. I mainly, for my meat, eat chicken, so I've just had to kind of learn. If anyone watching is used to British cuisine, if it's got chicken in, they've probably shoved mushroom in too. So I've had to learn to deal with the taste of mushrooms. I've not dealt with the texture yet. And
I'm exactly the same.
And then I've recently started adding tomatoes to my lunch salad. I've not
That's so
actually told
new
my
to me.
mother yet. When I tell her, she's going to be shocked because I refused to eat tomatoes for the first 25 years of my life.
That's because they're gross.
Well, that's what I thought. But then Chris had loads and was trying to get through them and was putting more than necessary, even for someone who likes tomatoes, in his salad. So I was like, right, give me one. He's like, that's not going to help. I was like, shut up, give me a tomato. And it was not awful.
I can eat them if they're really small, like cubed up.
Yeah, one cherry tomato chopped into little bits. So it's the tiniest amount of tomato, but as someone who's not eaten tomato before, I'm taking the small wins. I'm a real picky eater. So we're taking the wins as we can get them.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Like for me, I am not a picky eater, but there are things I won't eat. I don't like onions. I don't like cucumbers. I don't like tomatoes, and I don't like donuts.
Onions.
You said you don't like donuts?
No, I know.
I think I cannot talk to you anymore.
I'll only eat like fresh ring donuts that are sugared. I hate them when they've got like icing on them or sat around them.
I love donuts, so
Good.
more for me, I guess.
Are you guys going to stop insulting donuts?
Well, I'll insult a lot of food because I am extremely picky, or was until I started cooking. Like, I've branched out a lot now, but there's still a hell of a lot I do not eat.
I mean, apart from the donuts, I was agreeing with Hannah. Onions are in everything.
They're in
and I hate
everything.
them.
They're in everything. I don't mind a red onion if it's cooked in something, and I don't mind tomatoes if they're cooked and in something. So like bolognese or anything like that. Like I don't mind a cooked tomato, but raw tomatoes, I don't know what devil creature created those. They are nasty, and I've never. Like, it's really funny because my mom used to dish us up like a full roast as kids, and I would eat all the potatoes and meat, and my brothers would eat all the vegetables, and it was always just kind of like one meal split between the two. And my brother is a really picky eater. He will eat a lot of things, but if it's too difficult to chew, he won't eat it.
Really?
Or at least fair. No, that's not fair. That's not fair. He did as a kid. As an adult, I think he's, grown up a bit. So I don't think that's the case anymore. But as a kid, so like if we had like he doesn't like casseroles or anything like that where the meat is cooked for a really long time because it can go chewy. He doesn't like he likes a steak, but he won't eat like beef, things like that. Whereas
I'm not the same, but it makes sense. Like it's a logical thing. Like child does not want to chew for too long to eat them. But yeah, no, onion is in everything.
In everything.
And then
it's in everything.
anyone who's then cooking for someone who doesn't like onions is then like, well, I'm not including it. It adds flavor. And I'm like, yeah, I know, nasty flavor, but everyone has to add onions because they add the flavor. So my parents compromised. Bless them. I hate them. My parents' compromise was to, especially I always remember specifically Toe in the Hole, which is sausages cooked in the same pastry that's used for Yorkshire puddings, a savoury pastry. And usually people will put little chopped up onion through it to add flavour. But my parents' middle ground was to cut 2 red onions into quarters and just place the quarters around the dish so that there was no onions. And I could just remove this big slab of onion and be like, yeah, there's mine.
To be fair, when I make lunch for Hannah and I don't put onion into things I usually would put onion in because I'm like, well, I'm not going to make Hannah eat something she doesn't like just out of respect. But then to be fair, out of everyone in this house, I am probably the pickiest eater out of everyone because I don't really like meat because I grew up basically vegetarian because my dad's a pescatarian and I only eat basically chicken and maybe some ham.
I'm the same.
But yeah, you are one of the rare exceptions of people who eats onion but will not force others to eat it when they're cooking.
It is a rare thing. I mean, like literally, we had pasta the other day, and I'm going to call Danny out for this. We had pasta the other day, and Danny was like, "Oh, I did like a vegetarian pasta," which basically meant that she did pasta, tomatoes, courgette, and onion as like a key, flavor to pasta.
That sounds grim to me.
Is there no courgette in it?
It was basically chopped up onions with tomato sauce and then cheese on top. It was a cheese and onion pasta.
I can't even stand like cheese and onion crisps. Like I can't deal with it. But it did tickle me because I was just like, you've literally chosen the worst flavor of pasta. I like pasta, but you've ruined it.
I hate any tomato pasta. Like I don't like tomatoes that much.
Yeah.
I can deal with it in like Hannah said, like in bolognese, in pasta sauces, as a pizza base. That's fine. I think because after we lived in Italy for 2 years, my mum just went, yes, I like this Italian food, and it was that or starve.
Yeah, that's fine.
So mushroom soup with cheese toast.
That sounds amazing.
Sounds... the mushroom soup I would need to try with adult taste buds, but the cheese toast is good, and I like cheese toast with other soups.
One exception to my no onion rule, though, is French onion soup.
Mm-hmm. That stuff's amazing.
And that's probably because it's just, soup.
But the flavor's so
I like
Flavor soup or the texture.
I like beef tomatoes, and that's it. I won't eat any other tomatoes unless they're like in a in a burger, because I'm too lazy to take apart the burger. I'm just like, fuck it, I'll eat it. Like I used to hate tomatoes. I used to like refuse. Like my parents were like, the fact that I eat tomatoes now, I think my mum is always shocked if I eat a tomato in front of her. But like I won't go and like eat cherry tomatoes out of a bag. I think that's weird. But like I don't hate them as much as I did when I was younger, but the small ones I still want to avoid.
No, they're gross.
I don't like the in the middle, the juicy bit with the seed. No.
The fact that when you bite into it, it feels like an eyeball popping. Yeah, fucking rank.
Thanks.
So it looks like most of that.
No, I'm sorry. That last comment is an understatement of the century. Ali doesn't like food. And he gets like a sensory overload when it comes to food, and it drives me up the wall. And I get that it is something Ali is dealing with, and she knows that by mentioning it, she's got to deal with me. But like the number of times I've been like, "Hey Ali, did you eat today?" And she went, "I had a Pop-Tart." I'm like, "That's barely a snack. How dare you?" So
that's a nutritional American breakfast. Thank you. At least you actually don't put it. I mean, I guess you said can't rather than doesn't like. So I'm assuming there might be something more than just mine and Hannah's great distaste for them.
I did tell people I was allergic to tomatoes, though, so they wouldn't make me eat them.
I couldn't do that.
I told someone I was allergic to raisins once.
Say that again, Hannah?
I told someone I was allergic to raisins once in school. The teacher was trying to make us try foods, and I hate all fruit. Like, I still hate all fruit. I can't stand the texture. And they were like, come on, raisins are tiny. Just have one. I was like, I'm allergic. I can't eat them. Just stop making me eat fruit.
I can't imagine not being able to eat garlic. Like, I love garlic. If you mention garlic bread to my partner, he'll go like, yes. He'll drop whatever he's doing, garlic bread. Danny is trying to redeem himself.
And red pepper. It was red pepper, not courgette. That was it.
I'm sorry, but you used one red pepper to try and offset an entire onion. I mean, I'm sorry, that doesn't work flavor-wise.
Only used one onion. You used an entire onion.
Not only that, but I would like to, like, size-wise, the onion was like the size of this glass, and the pepper was the size of this glass. And I know because I bought them. Like, I know that, like, because usually, like, if we are cooking, we're going to use an onion. I'll try to get red onions, and I think we bought white onions for something specifically, or like Mizzy and Danny had picked up white onions instead of red onions.
I think it was for a stew that we didn't end up making because it got too hot.
Yeah, something like that. So we had them, right? They needed to be used. I got that. I understood that. Just, did they have to be used there? No. And the thing is, because I was raised in the household I was raised in, I ate it and didn't complain until afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the red onion camp, but I'm also in the camp of if I don't fucking like it, you will know. Because I am a baby, and my face betrays me when I'm feeling any type of way. But especially when I'm eating, my whole face changes. So I just roll with the fact, and I'm incredibly rude sometimes. I'm aware of that.
Not
Like,
being funny. Lizzie's a fucking bitch if she doesn't like your cooking. It kills me, right? So Danny bought. They were doing like Dutch week or something like that at Lidl, and she bought these like Dutch, like it was like a croquette, but it was meat, and the texture was very similar to toothpaste, and they had a very weird taste. And I ate mine and was like, this is not something I will eat again, but it's fine. Like, it wasn't horrible. Lizzie took one bite and went,
two
and
things.
then didn't dribble, but it was, and then was like, no, and like had this like visceral reaction that I'm not being funny. As an elder sibling, it triggered something in me where I was like, dinner. Like, I was so angry. Like, if she'd been like, no, that's not for me, not having that, like, I'd have been like, okay, that's a fine and mature response. Lizzie acted like a petulant child, and I was raging.
Three things actually. One, it was beef, which was never going to work.
Oh no, yeah, that's
in any way, shape, or form. That was where Danny went wrong. Two, it had the texture of literal toothpaste.
It was like toothpaste. Like, it was nasty.
The flavor was only wrong. I tried it, but the third thing, I tried the croquettes in Amsterdam. They were fine. The texture in Amsterdam, they were not like that. I don't know what fucking Aldi did to them, but like Aldi destroyed them, and it was like as I said, my face betrays me, and yes, I become very, very bitchy. But like, my face is already going to tell you, so I'm also going to tell you. But
Can
like,
I just confirm? Do you guys like potato croquettes?
Yeah, I love them.
It was the texture. The
texture was really weird. Imagine if someone had warmed up toothpaste and then dipped them in breadcrumbs. That's what this thing tasted like, texture-wise. And I would argue that the beef taste of it wasn't all that beefy. Like, it was generic meat, you know. It was really it was unpleasant. And I felt really legitimately bad for Danny, because Danny had bought these things knowing that they were like a taste from home, and then they were just not nice. And Danny then had a couple more, and she bought 2 boxes, so she had them for like lunch for like 2 days after that as well. And I felt sorry for her every time I saw her eat them, because I thought, I know that's not the same, because like, if I have fish and chips and it's not back in Folkestone, where we are literally by the sea and there are loads of like fishmongers and stuff in the area, fish and chips just doesn't taste the same as it does at home. But this was like so much worse. But I get anxiety about cooking anyway. I live with this constant fear that I'm going to give someone food poisoning and then they're going to die. Like, and it's so ridiculous. So Lizzie and Danny will be sat there in front of me, just trying to have a peaceful dinner, and I'll be sat there watching them eat the food that I've prepared, making sure they're not going to be sick. And it's intense. I'll admit, it's intense. But it's really funny when every now and then they're like, oh yeah, that's really nice. And I'm like, no, I don't believe you. I'm just gonna keep watching just in case.
I mean, gets you out of cooking duties, I guess. But I've kept this one. I've kept this one up on screen because I just need to say, Ali, how can you eat the pickles? That's like the main thing. That, like, especially, I don't know if it's an English thing, but like in the UK, picky eater children open bun, remove pickles, usually in a McDonald's burger, and usually put the pickles on either their dad or their uncle's plate, who then eats the pickles.
Mm-hmm. I like pickles. Give me all the pickles.
Yeah, I always put my pickles and gherkins straight into Lizzie's plate.
I used to hate pickles. I used to hate them. Absolutely hate them. And then I tried them like maybe last year, and I was like, oh my god, I need all of the pickles all of the time.
Well, because of the automated menus in McDonald's now, the rare occasion that I go there, I would remove the pickles. Mm-hmm. But Chris likes pickles, so every time I minus them, he goes and pluses them again. So you can take them pickles. I'm like, just add some to your own. Eyeballs for the tomatoes.
No, grapes I find just don't have, like, there is something quite acidic about tomatoes anyway that I find in my brain.
Grapes
and also
a thinner layer to pop.
Yeah.
Like, whereas the tomatoes, the layers, like, it's still thin, but like if a grapes layer is that big, a tomato layer is like this big.
Also, grapes were and probably are still quite expensive. And they were always the thing that as kids, if we got grapes, it was like a treat. It was like strawberries, grapes, and bananas. Like those fruits were like special. So I don't know. Maybe it's just because we had tomatoes. Like it was just like a generic thing that we'd have like a salad type like picky lunch for kids.
I feel like if it was seeded grapes, I'd have the same issue as tomatoes, because tomatoes you also have to get through the seeds, and that was always the bit that put me off about tomatoes when I was a kid. And like when I bite into a grape and there's a seed, I'm always like, why? This is the devil's work. Give me them non-seeded grapes, please.
Nathan
It's
gave
been
me
so long. Go on, Hannah.
Sorry. Okay, I was gonna say Nathan gave me a grape just the other day and it triggered my gag reflex. This is how much I hate fruit.
Gag reflex with fruit. Kiwi. My mum, when I was this brings up multiple questions, but just run with the story. My mum, when I was 17, 18, sent me to school with a little tub filled with kiwi that she'd like taken the skin off and cut up. Said it brought up questions, just run with it. And so I would try and eat this kiwi every single break in sixth form. It got to the point where I was gagging so badly that my form teacher, which is like the guy who kind of like looks after a group of students, my form teacher would steal it out of my bag in the morning, put it in the bin, and then put the tub back. And I'd go for it, and I'd just look at him like, "Mike, can you throw that away again?" He's like, "You're not eating it." Like, I'm hungry. I'll buy you some chocolate.
I will buy you literally anything else. Yeah.
But
In my opinion, it was a white onion, by the way, Danny, and it doesn't matter because it was onion and cheese. So
it was a croquet, just less fancy croquette. It's that it's trying to deal with the fact that like you don't want to force yourself to eat something that you hate. Probably, at least for me, childhood trauma. I love the kiwi. Why do you think I tried to eat it?
It's quite funny in like because we take it in turns to cook here, and my mum gets really funny about having the same meal twice, let alone having the same meal like every week. So I tend to
Hannah,
go on.
Just address Danny's comment.
I don't want to. And then when I moved in here, we've got like set things that we cook. So I started cooking different things. And it really tickles me because I'll buy something that I'm like, I want this. I want to eat this. And then Lizzie will be like, well, I'll try it. But I don't like this, but I'm going to try it. And then she will like it and I will feel like a champion.
Well, Hannah has made my favorite thing like so far, and that is sticky chicken, which is like honey and sesame oil and some other stuff with bak choy and pak choy. What am I talking about? Bak choy. My brain just went no, but it's like my favorite thing.
Yeah.
Like it's genuinely the most delicious thing ever. And Hannah has made the recipe so it's not spicy because I'm a baby and spice hurts me. Like to the point of I will start like crying, and like I make fajitas, and I'm the one that like controls the spice, and every now and again my hand will slip and there'll be too much spice, and then I'll be there going.
It was literally like it was like 2 weeks ago. Lizzie made fajitas, and I was like, "Oh, this has got more kick to it than usual." And I look over, and Lizzie's just like her eyes are streaming, and she's just like, "I've overdone it." And I felt really bad because like one of the first meals that I cooked was like Cajun spiced dirty fries, and I put 2 tins of chopped tomatoes in where usually I would only put 1 in. So I was like, okay, well, I've overdone it on the tomatoes. I'm going to balance that by adding more spice than I would normally add, not thinking that actually a lot of spice had already sunken into the meat anyway. So this spice was just basically going to sit in the tomato sauce. And it was very nice, and Lizzie couldn't eat it. Like it was too spicy.
I tried, but like Hannah's very good now. And not like taking out some of the spice, but this sticky chicken, I'm obsessed.
It is very nice. It is very nice.
Celery, I can understand. I like part of me is like I should try to like celery because it's one of those things that's like it's so few calories and adds like density to a meal. So like you don't overeat. I have a real problem where if the food is on my plate, I have to eat it. But celery is disgusting. I also do not eat any type of fish or shellfish either. But I've never had yellow pea soup. See, what is wrong with you? No cheese?
That feels like it's drier than the Sahara Desert. Like,
She's like, I like a dry burger.
it's like people who don't have sauce with their fries. I'm like, excuse me, which spawn of Satan are you? Just dip your fries in something. I don't care what it is. It could be pickle juice for all I care. But like, please.
Gravy's the best. Like,
Potatoes and gravy is the ultimate combo. When I was a waitress, we used to get our lunches for free, and I never felt like I could really ask for like a full meal. So I used to just ask for potatoes and gravy. Mm-hmm. That's what I would have for lunch. It was amazing.
That's part of my dinner this evening was Thais and gravy.
It's what I had for lunch.
Bananas aren't especially expensive. But it's not like they're cheap, but they're just not expensive.
They're not especially expensive unless you are two working parents with 3 children that eat everything in sight. Because it wouldn't be like expensive. You would have to buy a lot of bananas. Because I think you get maybe 4 or 5 per bushel, and there's 3 of us. So,
bunch.
Is it?
Bushel.
Is it? Or is it a bushel? No, it's still gross. Still upsetting.
Again, kiwi. I don't know. I don't want to know.
What are their teeth made out of? Fair question.
And then that's like something I would do. Also, to be fair, that's something that my mum always did because my mum is a vegetarian and me and my dad are not. So she would cook us food and then in a separate little pan. She was the one cooking most of the time because she has a part-time job. My dad's got a full-time job. So she would cook before he'd come home. And I'm like, why don't you just cook something that we can all eat?
Yeah, my dad.
So I got it into her head and she started using corn. Eventually, she started using corn meat because both me and dad were like, yeah, we prefer meat. If we're going to pick, we'll eat the meat. But also, like, we don't hate you. Have you considered corn? Eat with us?
The only day we ate any meat in our house was Sundays, where my mum would cook chicken. Otherwise, it was my dad cooking every other day of the week. Like I said to my mum once, I was like, I don't remember you cooking a meal that wasn't a roast. And she was like, yeah, that's because I didn't. And I was like, oh, okay.
I don't have this memory. That memory doesn't exist.
We need to fix Ali's thought process here because I don't think I've ever seen anyone eat fries and gravy, and I'm sure it would be fine, but that's not like a thing. Like French fries, as in this, I know that they call all of them fries, but specifically not the thin ones like you get at McDonald's.
I'm pretty sure KFC do a little tub of gravy to go with your chicken.
Yeah, but they've got thick ones now.
I will just say though, Ali, we're not talking about.
Don't get me started.
We're not talking about that like white shit you have over there, like that's called gravy. That's not gravy. We're talking about like brown thick. I don't know what that is. It's like made out of like juice.
It's like a meat gravy, like meat juices.
So
we're talking
my
about
fellow
that.
northerner, who is from Scotland, agrees with me. This is just if you go in any fish and chip shop in the north, you can get chips and gravy. It's the big chips that we call chips rather than like skinny fries. It's the fat ones, and then you douse it in the brown gravy, and it is beautiful, amazing. I'm sure that like skinny fries with gravy would also be tasty, but like the thing is big chips with gravy.
But let's be honest, any type of potato in whatever form it is, put some gravy on it, and you're having a great time.
I ordered chips and gravy from the Chinese, and they sent me curry and chips. I was really sad. It was nice, but I was really sad.
It's just not the same.
No. 25 cents about. How much is 25 cents?
Not a lot.
Probably like 10p.
Yeah, I think Nathan gets a bunch of 5 or 6 bananas for about 70p.
Yeah, it's somewhere between like 10 and 15p. So yeah, like it's not that different, but just cost of living for things overall. Mashed Titan gravy See, again, do you mean... Oh, thank God. Thank God. Comment further down. White gravy. Ew. No, I only eat brown gravy. Thank the Lord. Yes, that gravy with fat fries. Make sure
I've
you
just sent
salt.
her a photo via our WhatsApp group. In case you're wondering how committed to this conversation I am, literally was like, this is what it should look like.
Get them from the chippy. Yep. So you can also get them from the Chinese takeaway. I don't know why, but you can. And Chris gets a starter. He is like, oh, I'm going to have a soup when we get Chinese takeaway. So I'm like, all right, I'll get chips and gravy. And then have my Chinese. But yes, primarily from the chippy, the fish and chip shop. And then any sort of fries people... Sad. At least you know. I was just making sure, but sad. I've never had poutine, and I want to try it because it sounds like I would like it.
Well, yeah, if it's just chips and gravy.
I also want to try it. It's the curds, isn't it, rather than just like cheese on top. I've had it with cheese on top, but not curds.
I've never
That's
had
also
chips,
top tier.
cheese, and curry sauce.
That is top tier. I can absolutely... Yeah, that is my chosen thing usually because I love the curry sauce from the Chinese. And no, not from the Chinese. What the fuck am I talking about? Curry sauce from the chippy with cheesy chips. That's like my favorite thing ever. So I am in that camp.
I've
But I also
definitely
like...
never had sauce and cheese on my chips. I need to fix this. Caitlin, please make a note of the best chippy for when I come up. Thank you.
I have not
Me
had it with curry
too.
sauce, but I'll try it.
cheese on everything, please. Give me.
Oh, yeah, to the point that like I've had to say, hey guys, maybe we shouldn't eat so much cheese if we're trying to be healthy. And Lizzie told me not to be so miserable.
Honestly, my quality of life has decreased dramatically since I left living with my parents, purely because my parents did not give a damn about the fact that cheese triggered my migraines. So they were like, you can not eat the cheese if you want, but if the cheese is on my plate, I'm going to eat the cheese. Their method was, you can choose to not eat it. Whereas Chris is like, no, well, we won't put cheese on this so that you don't get a migraine. And so now I'm sad. I'm in less pain, but I'm sad. I think
Imagine Lizzie if it turns out that cheese was the thing.
No,
migraines.
cheese would never ever betray me. Chocolate, however, I mean, right now, it does.
You're eating chocolate. I chronic migraines and I can eat chocolate, which is fantastic, especially once every month. Cheap bananas we pay by weight. We also pay, it varies shop by shop. It's primarily by weight, or you can get like a bag that's like wrapped, like a plastic wrapped bag that's a preset price. But then people just tend to rip the bags open.
It has fascinated me, the things that you have felt the need to explain in this live stream alone. Form tutors, how bananas work. in case we weren't sure. You're like, so okay, when I was doing my masters, one of the things that we used to discuss about writing was assuming that your audience is an idiot, right? And making sure that everything is as clear to them as possible. And I feel
I'm not assuming people are idiots.
You just explained how bananas work.
Well, I said that in the UK you can... Yeah, I said that in the UK you can buy them wrapped in plastic bags. I don't know if they do that in Sweden. Sweden's more environmentally conscious than we are.
But I'm sure they could probably put two and two together. I'm just saying. I just find it I think it's very sweet of you to over-explain how bananas work.
To be clear, that was all. I apologize, Veronica, if you found it insulting. Lizzie's raised her hand, but this is the point in the live stream that we're at. Go on, Lizzie.
Before this goes into any further arguing, should we sprint soon?
We'll finish these last 3 comments and then we shall sprint.
Yay, because I want to finish my book.
No, we must discuss food for the next hour.
Well, before we move on to the rest of the comments, I just want, how do apples work? How do apples arrive? And are they a bushel or a bunch? It's definitely a bushel of apples, surely.
Also, see,
I still gonna put them in bags. Okay.
The shop doesn't have them in bags.
Okay. I just thought it was cute. I didn't tell you were bad for doing it. I thought it was adorable.
I just felt like you were telling me off, and I felt bad because you were like, "Yeah, I'm sure they don't know anything else."
I was telling you off. I was not.
Anyway, Potatoes and gravy. It's mashed potatoes. No, see, mashed patties and gravy is a solid food staple, obviously, but it's just chipped. I promise, Ali, if you like chips, and if you like mashed potatoes and gravy, I know that you're very picky, but if those are things that you like, I recommend trying chips and gravy. You can at least give it to the children if you don't like it. I don't know if poutine has chicken. Anyone else know?
I don't think it has to.
Just an optional extra, but sounds like a good optional extra.
I bet there's onions in it. Sorry, I'm just being a dick now.
Just gonna mute Lizzie. There we go.
Oh, so Lizzie, but Hannah and I, you straight up throw out of the live. I see how it is.
Good.
It's because they're Tom Bombadil, isn't it? Because it's their bloody reader.
I mean, she literally runs this shit, like. And thank you, Veronica. Okay. That's all the comments. Don't. God damn it, Danny. So yeah, that's according to Google. So chicken is an optional extra, but it sounds like a good optional extra. Okay. Any other comments will be read after we've sprinted. Otherwise, we will be
I'm
here.
so
for the next
tempted
7
to just post loads of random comments.
I can go in and pause you for 10 minutes, Hannah, so watch yourself.
I'm being put on a naughty step.
What were you saying, Celine?
I'm going to go because it's getting late for me and I'm getting really tired.
Okay, thank you so much for coming.
Have fun in the next sprint, and I'll see you.
Are you
guys.
sprinting with me in the morning, Celine?
Yeah, and I'll be sprinting in the afternoon.
Perfect.
Yeah, Celine's doing her first live show tomorrow afternoon. I think it's 1 p.m. our time, so 2 p.m. Celine's time, which is European. I don't know. I'm not going to go into time zones, but it's sometime tomorrow afternoon. It will all be on the announcement things. But it's Celine's first ever live show, so everyone go support.
Yes, definitely go check out Celine's first ever live, please. Okay,
So, yeah,
and also
I'll
just subscribe to her, obviously. Night.
Bye-bye.
Okay, and on that note, with Ali wanting a sprint and Veronica being a pain in the ass, as always, love you.
We love
We're
that
gonna
energy.
Catch you guys in 45. Hello.
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 You always sound so Russian.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It just sounds like it's a Russian stereotype. I don't know. It just does. So, I'm assuming Lizzie finished her book.
I did, yeah.
No surprises. What did you think of the book?
It was very good, although it gave me the same vibe as Rainbow Grey did, where it's very obviously written for a lot younger, like it's a young middle grade, which is not a bad thing, but like for me, I picked out like 90% of where it was going. So it got a 3 stars, which generally like it's not bad. Like I would recommend this to like people with children. Like it's a good story. It's about like education and why it's kind of important, and it's based in Pakistan. So like it's putting real life things that kids are going through. Like that's the thing that happens. Like they're forced to work in mines, etc., etc., etc. And I enjoyed that part of it. So I would definitely recommend to read it. But the actual kind of like mystery, I'm 28. Like obviously I'm gonna pick it out. Like it's not like super complicated. But I liked the setting and I liked the kind of uniqueness of the world. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It got 3 stars, and it's another one for Team Hobbit.
Woo!
Team Hobbit and Team Witch King are again neck and neck.
We're in the lead actually because I finished mine as well.
This close to removing all 3 of you from the stream.
I didn't do anything.
Listen, I don't know what I'm going to pick up next. I could pick up anything.
To be fair, I've only got 70 pages left of my books, so I definitely could finish it this evening. Now you can read all 3 of us.
Well,
I'm really expecting Witch Kings to overtake.
Probably, yeah. I don't know how much I read, but it wasn't many pages. I don't read the fastest through these. Faster than average, but not that fast. But I wanted to hit page 480 today, and I'm on page 438. So, a little bit more to go. So I'm still reading this, and I have my backup for when I've read that mark. I know what book I want to read next, which will be a much faster read. So I'm gonna get to it. What about you, Hannah number 1?
Yep, so I finished The Past and Other Things. I think I'm going to give it 4 stars because it made me laugh. I did get teary by the end. So, yeah. I did enjoy it in the end. Just the middle bit could have been a bit
Glad
shorter.
you enjoyed one.
Yeah.
You finally enjoyed a book, that's good.
I know. I love the graphic novels that Hannah recommended to me, but it's been so long since like a book has been enjoyable for me, I think. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
And Hannah number 2, how are you doing with Illuminate?
Yeah, I managed 86 pages in that sprint. So like I said, I've got about 74 pages left.
Nice.
It is, like, to be fair, it is tense. I've been listening to the Witch Kings playlist, which is super dramatic and tense, which has definitely helped. But every time I even like start to be interested by a character, they kill them off, so that I'm left with the 2 main characters that I don't care about. So like that's like my only gripe, and like it's always one of those things where like I generally care about the B-list characters anyway. I always find B-list characters the most interesting because they flesh out a story. But I've met so many of them now that I'm just like, even they're starting to wear thin. But I do find it, like, I get it. It's incredibly tense. Every time you think there's a problem solved, there's another problem. I would absolutely watch this as a TV series because it feels like Star Trek meets 24. You know, like the old like where they've got like the clock counting down type thing. I could absolutely see this making a really good Netflix series. Is it going to get higher than 3 stars? Maybe, but I won't continue the series. I know that for sure.
like I said, when I finish the first one, like I'm not reading any more of them. It closes off nicely enough that you don't need to. So
Yeah. I just
But
find,
I feel
I
like we
find
need
I
to-
find Katie just irritating.
but I think we need to mourn for Ali.
Hmm.
That's awful.
That's a long
So she
time
didn't
to
read because she was on hold. Yeah. I hope you finished the call. And I've just seen that she had uploaded her September TBR. She just put the link in Hannah's Discord, Hannah 2's Discord, FYI. You can see that in the description of her videos. See, yeah, that I'm sure that having littles makes a big difference to the enjoyment of younger middle grades because you've got someone who reacts to them in the intended way and gets like the excitement from them that you can't get as much of when you've lived with the bitter world like us lot have.
But I can recommend, Ali. This one's a good one, and it's very
Hold
sweet.
it closer to the camera. Nora and the Immortal Palace?
Palace, yeah. And it's got this really cool.
Oh, nice. That's always. I just like that we can see just the bottom half of your face through the cover. And then Ali's going to be finishing 2 books off today. I don't even know what time it must be in the US now. Like, what, 4, 5? You've got plenty of time. You're fine. And Shay got 2 loads of laundries done, which is just impressive. And then now she's going to fold them, which is always the boring bit. Ghibli vibes.
Yes, it does have some Ghibli vibes. Like I do agree with that. Because like literally they kind of, this isn't really a spoiler, but they go into the Jin world. Like it says that on the back. That's why I'm saying it's not really a spoiler. Like it literally says it. So yeah, it is kind of Ghibli-esque and the kind of like dreamscape it almost feels like the way all Studio Ghibli films feel. So yeah, it's good.
And then another video going up at some point this evening. I'm also wondering whether she will manage it because we see this side of midnight and we're like, ah, she's got an hour and a bit. No. She's in Sweden. She has 8 minutes. The clock is ticking. Will she manage it? Who knows? I hope you do.
Tension.
Tension. The fun of time zones. Literally, like I saw that, I was like, oh, she's fine. No, she's not. So, Hannah 1, are you going to pick up another book?
I am going to pick up another book. I don't know what yet, but considering I started a second TBR, I want to finish it, and I'm 1 book off doing 3 prompts again. So
what
I will
prompt
pick up
do you
something
do?
else, and it just has to be a new to me author, so it could be literally anything.
You can
Yeah,
do
you've
it.
got a lot of options.
Thursdays
Right,
are
Ali,
mental
shut
for me at work, though, so yeah, we'll see.
Works fun. Yeah, Ali can shut up about that because I'm sure the video is either fantastic or perfectly fine. It's either amazing and she's downplaying it, or it's a perfectly acceptable video and there's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, vibes for work being stressful. Work is stressful a lot.
Yeah. I just hope my co-worker's back tomorrow, because otherwise, it's not going to be fun. It's not fun when she's in, so.
Oh, that does not sound enjoyable.
What should I pick up, guys? What should I pick up? I have options.
I was gonna say, can we see the options? Because otherwise, we just have the entire
Well, I
7
have-
or 8 books.
I have the 3 that I have next to me on my bed. I have a whole TBR cart downstairs, but I ain't going downstairs. So, I have Ariadne, which I've started.
Mm-hmm.
I have the Silmarillion, which I can listen to audiobook, but there is a danger there that it will put me to sleep, because the guy who's doing this audiobook has the most relaxing, calming voice I've ever heard in my life, and I'm like, was that the point? You're trying to put people to sleep with this? Maybe. So there is that danger. Or I have Midnight Twins.
I vote whatever goes for Team Hobbit.
I think Ariadne, or whatever goes for Team Dwarves, seeing as we're doing that. But I think Ariadne, because you're best off leaving the audiobook for during the day when you're doing stuff. Like when you're
When I
cooking,
play
doing
Animal
dishes,
Crossing.
playing Animal
It's
Crossing.
my Animal Crossing time is when I listen to the audio.
Exactly, and I'm sure you don't have that many Animal Crossing chores to do anymore because you've done most of them for the day. So then you want something to do while you cross your animals tomorrow.
Can I make a suggestion? That you go to bed and watch your hour-long like YouTube videos and stuff that you watch before you go to sleep, so that I have someone to stream with me first thing in the morning. Because I'm going to bed now because it's 5 to
You love
11.
Celine. What are you on about?
Celine didn't read this morning. I didn't read this morning, and it was well awkward. We were like, yeah, reading sprints. Didn't read any pages.
Oh, I see. So you need me as a scapegoat so that I can read. Is that? I'm joking, of course. I can go to bed now. It's either that or I go to bed, but I don't know how much longer Abby's going to be streaming for. So
I'm not going to bed anytime soon, so it's just however long people want to hang around.
Well, I have to go to bed because otherwise my stream tomorrow is going to be weird.
That is fair. I will be up till 2 a.m. and none of us want this stream to go on that long.
you're saying like your streams aren't weird.
My stream this morning was perfectly normal, thank you, because I got a good night's sleep the night before.
I will say the amount of it that I watched was disappointingly normal.
Disappointingly normal. Yeah, put that on my tombstone. Anyway, I'm gonna I've got less than 100 pages left, so I will be reading this in bed and I will finish it tonight, but I will be doing that from the comfort of my bed and then going to sleep. So I'm going to bid you all adieu.
I'm
Adieu,
also
Hannah,
going to skedaddle because Nathan's in
I will
Birmingham
stay
tomorrow,
for one.
so
And
He-
adieu, Hannah.
he's looking to go to bed, and I don't want to wake you up.
That's fair. That's fair.
Fair.
Well, thanks for having me, Abby, and I'll see you later.
Of course. You're both very welcome. Have a great
Thank
night's
you
sleep.
for having me too.
I will be here for at least one more, Abby.
Cool, because I was gonna do one more anyway, just because both Ali and Veronica said that they wanted to, and Ali votes Midnight Twins, which will be easier to considering the hour.
See, here's the thing. Midnight Twins is for Witch Kings. Ariadne is for Hobbits. And I feel like because Ali has said she's finishing 2 books for Witch Kings, I'm more compelled to help out the Hobbits at this point.
Can you not change? I saw Ariadne. It's shiny.
But I've read for that one for dwarves. I can't remember which other books I have for dwarves because they're all downstairs and I haven't looked at them recently because I've just been trying to get rid of these ones.
Although, have you noticed that I've started logging the individual books as individual books? So I won't log the. If I manage to somehow finish the full thing, then I won't log this as its own. Sadly.
To be fair, I think every team is doing good. Like genuinely.
Yeah.
And like I'm looking at the numbers and I'm genuinely super impressed with literally everyone.
I know. People are reading so much. That's also another good point for Ariadne. And then Hannah is not actually going to sleep. She's doing the thing where she's trying to get herself to go to sleep. So good luck. Because I do this as well. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll have to stop whatever I'm doing, go to bed, and then I just end up on my phone for an hour. The amount of times that I've told Chris, I'm gonna go to sleep, and then I'm on my phone and I hear him coming up, and I'm like, shit, it's been 2 hours. Shit. No.
Yeah, I tend to watch YouTube before I go to bed, because I don't tend to watch a lot of YouTube during the day unless I'm feeling a certain type of way. So I will sit on YouTube and then Hannah will come upstairs and be like, oh, you're not asleep yet. And I'm like, no, my video is 3 hours long. Did I forget to say that?
How that video to choose before you go to sleep?
I tend to just accidentally save them. I'll have them open. I have one open at the moment that is 2 hours and 40 minutes long and I'm an hour and 3 minutes long, into it. So
Can I ask the genre?
Oh, it's people doing like really in-depth book reviews, so like chapter by chapter. So
Oh, I was expecting something like less intensive, like music or something. Was not expecting like actual active content for the entire 3 hours. That is an impressive set of videos. I am quite glad I have not come across that side of BookTube yet because I have enough on my watch later list.
he's not on BookTube. He's not a booktuber. He's a movie reactor.
Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So
Hooker's getting cuddles. She's named her dog after a book character, which you won't know the book character. It is from wait.
waiting.
Odin's Child by Siri Petterson, which I really am looking forward to reading. Norse mythology, 100% down for that. And yeah, Hirka. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation because I'm not Nordic. But yeah, Hirka. And Hirka's a little sweetie.
I love Norse mythology, but the only Norse mythology I've really read like into is just the Joanne Harris stuff. One of which I really liked. I liked her middle grade rune marks, but I didn't really like her adult ones.
I've not read too much. Ali, I am not staying live for another 6.5 hours. I actually have gainful employment I have to turn up for at 8:30 in the morning, and I'm already bad enough at doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Hannah, you're listening and I'm lazy. Can you give me my address? Either that or Ali message me later, because I'll forget. Message me when Tony gets in, and then when I wake up, it will be there for me to do. Because if you message me now, it won't happen. I'll just not notice the notification. Or Hannah can just be amazing. Thank you. I'm glad she's here, because otherwise Ali would just be like, give me Abby's address, and Hannah would be like, what's going on? I will be reading for 6.5. Well, depending on littles.
Mm-hmm.
Right, well, that's just rude.
I think the Australian accent must really help with the Nordic pronunciation.
I don't even want to know how that happens. Oh god, that's even worse. It's not worse than us trying, it's just as bad as us trying.
Yeah.
I was going to say worse, that's a lie, but it is just as bad.
Just as bad. It's like we don't try and pronounce anything French when Celine is anywhere near us.
Yay! I probably should have just messaged you my address then, when we did the deets. That would have made a lot more sense, but Hannah is being helpful, Hannah, so thank you.
That's exciting.
For more copies of the Pelennor series. I'm like debating whether I keep both sets.
Yeah.
As in, so she's sending me 2 sets of the Pelennor series, and I have a set. So I'm debating whether I keep my set and a set of the US ones, or whether I gift out both US sets.
It depends how pretty they are.
Now, I'm just going to gift out one and then make the decision later. Because I don't need to read them, I can just read mine, and they'll still be pristine. So if I do then later gift them,
Yeah.
they are still in pristine condition, unused to be given. But otherwise, they can just sit pretty on my shelf and on my bookstagram, because I'm an aesthetic bitch. Veronica, I need this video. I don't think that you have had experience of me trying to speak Swedish yet, but I do have another Swedish friend from my master's course who, right, I did German for years in school, and I lived in Germany for 4 years. I can't do a German accent even when I'm speaking German. Like, it's very much, like, it's not offensive, it's not, like, super bad, but I'm very much an English person speaking German. No, but German's going to be mad, but it's English. The only time I can do a German accent is when I'm speaking Swedish.
No, that's not. That's embarrassing, Abby. Like, how?
My friend Annie was literally like, if you actually learn Swedish and you don't fix your accent, every Swedish person's gonna think you're German. Now, luckily, they'll then just be like, oh, great, she's German, she'll speak English, and then they'll just start speaking English to me. However, it's still not ideal.
I find this very funny, to be honest with you.
I think it's because I try not to, like, because German's similar enough to English that I feel like making any changes to the accent is, like, mimicking rather than actually trying to speak German. Whereas then
Yeah.
Swedish and other Nordic languages are different enough that I'm like, okay, I can try for that kind of accent. And obviously it has similar Germanic roots and Norse roots, or like some of English and then German and Swedish. And so I think then I try for the Swedish accent and I don't get any further than German. So it's just like, okay. Oh well, at least it's not English.
I tried.
So maybe I should learn Swedish, and then I'll actually be able to do a German accent. It's not. I imagine it's awful.
It's so one of my D&D characters was a fire genasi called Sparks, and they were they hailed from an Australia-like place, and I don't think I'm willing to do it on stream because I don't want to immortalize that forever in case I slip into South African, which happens a lot. So
That I slip into, which means that I'm very careful about doing any accents other than ones I know I can do, even if it's badly, but like other than ones I know I can stay in. I slip into Indian. No matter what I try. One of mine and my partner's best friends is Jamaican. I have tried Jamaican, it goes Indian. Sometimes when I've tried German, it goes Indian.
I love that.
I had someone at my undergrad uni who was Indian say that I do a very good generic Indian accent.
No, well, I mean,
But
that's something.
which I'll take as a small win, but it's not the intent. I'm not saying I'm any good at these accents, but I can stay for a decent amount of time in obviously posh English. Anyone English can do that, really. And then like a generic American and French. They don't go straight into Indian, and so those are the only ones that I will ever be willing to do. Because otherwise it's like, yeah, sure, I can try this. Aussie, if I try and do Aussie, it will go Indian.
It's fine. I mean, the thing is, Hannah and I just kind of end up slipping into Australian out of nowhere, and then we'll just start talking. And
Ali, I can't tell if you're just insulting us or if you mean because you watch that much British shit that you genuinely can do. You say British, but we all know you mean English. I highly doubt you're gonna be out here being like, oh, I don't know yogi Jimmy. Although I would actually be more impressed if she was. If you just suddenly sent a voice note in like perfect Scots.
that would be surprising, but also a very fun voice note.
Ali, I need you to try and do a Scottish accent just so that I can send it to my grandpa, who is Scottish. Be like, where's this person from? Because it'll get right riled up. But, there's 5 months? That's an impressive amount of time. And I guess anytime he slipped up, then they would just assume that he was picking up the English accent. We shite. Yeah, I thought it might be English, and I thought it might be Southern English. And again, another thing I didn't expect was for her to, be like, yeah, I can speak in an English accent, and then come out with Geordie, or Liverpudlian, or Mancunian. That, again, would have been quite impressive.
Well, everyone seems to forget. A lot of like Americans specifically seem to forget that the UK isn't just London.
Yes, I mean, obviously, Ali's not. Ali knows the difference, and she said British just to be annoying. But yeah, a lot of Americans, not only, like, I know that we have a lot of accents for a small set of islands. I'm aware of this. But so many Americans forget that there are 4 countries within the UK. And they're like, yeah, I can do a British accent. And I'm like, which country do you mean? I know you mean England, but I want you to say it. Because I highly doubt you're going to come out here with some Welsh.
That would be surprising. Also,
Especially
sorry,
if you say British and you come out Welsh.
I'm distracted because I can see a little cat, like, from under my door. He's trying to figure out why my door is still closed. And I can just sort of see her little paws and every now and again a little nose as she's trying to sniff her way in.
I don't want to, Veronica. I can barely manage English. I can't even manage German. I can't manage Swedish in like the generic received pronunciation version of Swedish. I don't need to start with actual regionalized accents. I tried for received pronunciation. I don't think it's called received pronunciation, but that's like the generic English accent is received pronunciation. So I can't do RP German. I tried to do RP Swedish and I do RP German. So I don't think I'm going to manage localized Swedish.
I think you should just stop trying to do accents, to be honest, Abby. I don't think they're your thing, are they?
I am very good with a French accent, thank you.
All right, stick with
I'm
French, because
waiting
we can offend the French. I'm joking, obviously, don't offend the French, but we, you know.
It's like our thing, isn't it? The French offend the English offend the French. We have multiple wars and then for some reason share a military ship. Mood, no one can guess where I'm from. Ever. Mainly because I'm not from anywhere, which is really handy.
The one that confuses me is your Welsh, the Welsh that slips into your accent. That is the only one that I'm like, ha. Mm.
I don't know. Literally, Wales is the only of the 4 countries within the United Kingdom that has not been involved in my inception. I was born in England and my dad is English. My mother is Scottish. My parents met in Northern Ireland. Wales came nowhere into the equation. I first went to Wales when I was 18. I've been to Wales twice.
That's what I mean. That's why sometimes when you say something that's got a very Welsh pronunciation, because my dad's Welsh, so it's like every now and then like a Welsh word is kind of like I hear it and I'm like, that's very Welsh, and I'm like, where is that coming from with you, Abby? Where is it?
I'm wondering if it's maybe like a mix of using kind of, because obviously Scottish and Welsh have got similar roots and also try to retain them. So I don't know whether it's me slightly Geordifying while still making it more RP Englishing Scots words that then makes it sound kind of Welsh, which is like, this is what I mean. Veronica's saying no one in Sweden can guess her accent. Hello. I can't guess my accent. It changes dramatically. If you get me really angry, is the only time I will, without having to think about it, go Geordie. You get me angry, actually angry, usually about politics, so it's a dangerous topic to broach anyway, then I'll go Geordie. That's about the only time. Any other time it's just neutral. Yep. Yeah. I used to come home, not the same thing, but I used to come home from school once we moved to England and have little Geordieisms, which anyone who doesn't know is the northeast of England. So I'd come home with little bits of Geordie, and my dad, who was from the south of England, would be like, no, speak properly. But I lost the chance to pick up any of it.
They will. The Welsh is they'll always be there.
But I'm only half English. They don't have to pursue me like this. Only half English. Come on. I'm half Scottish.
The Welsh are jealous, all right? You've given all the rest of the UK a try, but not the Welsh. Come on.
At least I've actually been to Wales. I've never been to Northern Ireland. my dad wouldn't let me when the occasion arose once. My parents met because my dad was in the army over there. So I was not allowed to go to Northern Ireland for a certain amount of time. Dad was like, "No, you'll die." I was like, "Oh, all right." Apparently, I'm just that much of a pad brat that it's just identifiable.
The cat
You
is
are
now
very
scratching at my door.
I mean,
The
that
thing
was
is,
so
she'll want to go out again. The problem isn't that she wants to come in; it's the fact that my door's closed, and she hates that.
Can you not just leave the door open?
Well, I don't want to be too loud because I don't know because Danny has work in the morning, and I know that Hannah's gone to bed.
You could leave the door open while we sprint.
Yeah, I might do that.
That way, Cat gets open door while this is quiet, and then you just have to remember to close the door or your laptop's gonna go beep.
Yeah.
I'll try and stop it from beeping as quickly as I can.
It's fine.
But speaking of, do you want to sprint?
Sure, let's do the last one.
What are you gonna read?
I'm gonna go for Ariadne because at least I've started that, and I'm not starting with another book.
I'm sorry, is there some ice in the freezer? I think Danny needs it.
Oh no! See, the thing is, what if I open my door and I can hear her snoring? That's. I'm sure we'll find out.
We'll find out. Right. So yeah, this is gonna be the last sprint. This will take us to just after midnight, and then I'm sure we'll have a little wrap up, and then head to bed. So I don't know, Veronica, if you're going to stay, because I know that for you it is already midnight. So if you do, we'll chat with you then. But if you don't, have a nice sleep. Ali, I'm sure, will still be here. Hannah will fall asleep whenever. I don't know who Anna is.
Never heard of her.
Never heard of her. Boo.
Hello.
Hello. How much did you manage?
I read 71 pages,
Nice.
but my
I-
eyes are getting to hurt.
I don't know how many I read, but I'm on page 477. I need to hit 480. So almost done to finish another book. You said I could have them, and you run the readathon, and they are technically their own books, so I'm running with it. But yes, I've almost finished the memoirs of Sherlock Holmes.
Nice.
And
You
then
are killing it with that book.
I'm so glad that I'm getting there. And then if I stay up once I've read that, I don't know if I will. I'm going to see what Chris is doing. Then I'm going to read The Cat Who Saved Books.
Oh, it's very cute, that one.
I'm very excited to read it. It was a gift from Chris as well, so it's going to be adorable.
It's just a very, if you love books, which I know you do, obviously, it's one of those that is very dreamlike and just very nice and gentle. There is some sad stuff in it, but like, it's
I
very,
expect that.
yes.
Chris got me for Christmas. I Am a Cat, Guess Cat, The Traveling Cat Chronicles, and The Cat Who Saved Books as like the Japanese cat collection. And so I've been reading them in order because they like inspired each other. That's why he got me them. So this is my last one, and I'm excited to get into it.
Yay!
Yeah. Sorted dinner for children. That is important. Unfortunately, small things must eat. It's really rude. Got ready for bed and 10 pages. Nice. That is about similar to what I managed to read because these stories are short. I'm just slow with them, apparently. For me. Got another load finished and washing dishes. Also realised it's 6 p.m. and you've not eaten. Right.
Fix that.
Another hour of snack. Snack while you eat. Snack while you cook. I mean, snack while you eat if you want as well, but snack while you cook.
Just like get a bag of crisps or something, like a chocolate bar, like anything at this point.
Yeah, or just like if you want to be healthy, like fruit, like some grapes or something while you're cooking.
That's probably a better option, but also like, yeah.
Middle ground between bar of chocolate and grapes. Good.
Both cats are now in my room, and they were in my room. I opened the door, and they decided they were going to run around like absolute demons. So, and then they were like play fighting with each other. And now Percy is on my bookshelf on the bottom, and she's chewing my fairy lights that are currently plugged in.
God damn it, cat. Yeah, I mean, for you it's the end of the month. For me and Lizzie, it is the beginning of the month because it is 5 minutes past midnight on the 1st of September.
Yeah. God, it's actually the 1st of September. Oh my god.
How is it September already?
I don't know.
The older I get, the faster. Christ, what am I saying? The older I get, the faster the years go by. But did I just seriously say that? I sound like I'm 80.
I feel like I'm 80 half the time, so it's fine.
Grocery shopping is awful. I've managed to somehow get away with barely having to do it because I don't have a bike and we don't have a car, and Chris has a bike. And so he can't be asked with waiting for me to walk all the way to the shop because it takes like 45 minutes to walk there. And then obviously 45 minutes to walk back and the time shopping. So he just cycles and gets the shop. I'm like, fine, like we'll go walking, it's fine. Like we'll walk. And he's like, no, I can't be asked. I'm like, it's not even on purpose. Ali, we're gonna bail. We want to go to sleep, but you're very welcome.
Yeah, if I don't go to sleep soon, like I will just be so grumpy. Well, I'm going to be grumpy in the morning anyway because mornings suck.
Why do I have to go to employment tomorrow?
I know, Grace. What if you just don't? Like, what happens if you just don't log on?
I mean, honestly, for the first hour, they wouldn't notice. But we have a team meeting at 9:30 every day.
Ugh, gross.
Yeah. It's like if I'm awake, it's good because I like my team. Like I'm one of the oldest on the team. It's pretty chill. But it means waking up.
No, we don't like that.
In the amount of times that they've been like, "Are you gonna turn your camera on?" and I'm like, "No, I'm in my pajamas."
Yeah, leave me alone. I don't want to.
Being irresponsible, I would still be up regardless. Like this is not like some odd event. I would still be awake. It's just the fact that I'm communicating with people other than my partner that is the abnormal part of this situation. Well, verbally communicating with people other than my partner. Veronica knows I will respond to her messages at stupid o'clock in the morning. Hello, I respond as and when I remember. But yes, I think it is bedtime for both of us. So you've made a decent indent into Ariadne.
Yeah,
So
I'm now like actually in it. Like it's still
yeah,
not that far, but it is.
no, but like you're in the book now.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying it. We've just met Theseus, so that's.
I'm looking forward to hearing what you think of this one because there's been some Greeky ones that I'm interested in. An author that I love, Claire North. Everything that I've read from her so far, I've given 4 or 5 stars, and the 4-star was not her fault. She wrote the book in like 2016, but it's titled Touch. I read it in 2020, and it's this creature that inhabits humans, like this some sort of alien being. But when it's trying to like escape in a crowd, as you jostle through, it bumps from people to people, which makes fantastic sense until March of 2020.
Yeah.
Not the author's fault. Gonna have to wait like a decade and then read it again.
Yeah.
So that one got 4 stars. Not the author's fault that it got 4 stars, but I can't give it any higher because it was just like that's so unrealistic. What do you mean bumping into people? But I've given everything else they've written that I've read 5 stars, and they're coming out with a Greek retelling. So, how do I function badly? Have you not noticed? Like really? I go to bed at like 2 a.m. and wake up at 8:30 every day, apart from the weekends. You're welcome. Productivity, even if it isn't reading, is always good. And you do mainly audiobooks anyway, so like you can read when you're doing stuff during the day. When you're taking help on a walk and stuff like that. So yeah. Anyways, we're gonna go. We're gonna go to sleep. Well, you're gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go downstairs.
I am going to go to sleep. But thanks for having me on, Abby, and thanks everyone for joining us. And there's more streets tomorrow and Friday, so
check the MiddleEarthAthon Twitter. That is the best place to see where the live streams are going to be because they're always announced on there beforehand and then when they go live as well.
Yep.
So we'll be live, possibly not me because I'm in a job, but we'll be live in the morning tomorrow UK time, and then we'll be live again in the afternoon UK time.
Yes.
Have a good night, everyone.